so I'm going to go ahead and get it out. So we don't have no more. I need to really, he's got a whole binder here, presentation, but I need to remind him that it's like 2 minutes. I don't know what's in it, but he says it's good stuff.
Miss Rayville. Yep.
Well, we're going to hear about it tonight. He didn't give me 10.
Just a reminder, this mic's on. You can't really hear you, but just try. You come out. Just remind that mic. Information.
How are you? At least until 11. If you need to excuse yourself and go home, then just get up. You can? Well, no. Well,
And then carry to the next one, and then
I don't say if you desire.
Yeah. I already have stamps.
Where's my red pen? Oh, look who we have, a performer.
y'all want me to move? That's it. That's it. Yes. I'm in feeling. I am now I'm even better. That's what I am always because it starts
I did that. Could have done that.
when I first got in.
I think that was just a curry favor with you.
I pointed out where would be a good time. And then we'll start. No, we've got guests. Perfect. We've got invited guests, and they're going first. Is that too harsh?
Should be here. That was so much fun.
Sorry.
That was fun.
Surprised?
Yes, she was. They told her she was meeting in the classroom to do something.
Okay, folks, we ready? Everybody ready? That in? Good evening, everyone. The October 2022 regular meeting of the Board of Education is called to order. Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Good evening. Stephanie Craybill,
Here.
Stephanie Walker,
Here.
Stephanie Adams,
Here.
Nelson Boyer,
Here.
Judy Justice,
Here.
Hugh McManus, and Pete Wildebohr.
Also,
Okay, welcome once again to the New Hanover County Board of Education's October regular meeting. Thank you for joining us in person or in the remote viewing audience. We value and appreciate your interest and your participation and your advocacy on behalf of all New Hanover County students and staff. For those in attendance, would you please take a moment to silence your cell phones? We have an unusually heavy agenda tonight. As a courtesy to and respect for the time of my fellow board members, the New Hanover County School staff, and the community at large, I will try to move through it as quickly and as efficiently as possible. That means I will stick as closely as possible to the estimated times to keep discussion focused and on point. You can see the estimated times for each topic on the agenda, and you can watch the countdown clock in the upper right corner of the large screens to see how much time we have. If it is the will of the board and we do not finish tonight, we can discuss the remaining topics at another meeting. Also, I'd like to remind all of us to treat each other with dignity and respect throughout the whole entire meeting, so that no matter what our thoughts and feelings are about an issue, or even a particular group or person, the board can remain focused on completing the governance work so necessary for our students and staff and schools to be successful. Disruptions to our meetings will not be tolerated, just as they are not tolerated at any other of our local government body meetings, and rules of common courtesy and professionalism remain in action. That said, people who are disrupting the meeting will be asked to leave. If this happens, you can view the meeting via live stream on New Hanover County Schools YouTube channel or later on the YouTube channel. So now, moving into board business, is there a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I would like to add to the agenda.
Okay, okay.
All right, I would like to add an organizational meeting to the agenda.
Okay. Is there a second?
There's a second.
Any discussion?
Oh, yes, definitely. I think we absolutely need this. For those up here that aren't aware, this is the way that you reorganize the leadership on the board. I think that at this point, our chair, because of numerous, in the last 2 months alone, behaviors that have been literally an embarrassment to the board, that we need to look at possibly that behavior. Some of that behavior includes, last 2 months, improperly trying to adjourn a meeting, and then conveniently nobody got to see it, but we did, when she threw a temper tantrum and yelled in the face of other board members. And then she had to get called back. She threw away Roger's rules, had to be called back and corrected, I think it was by the lawyer, and so we had to adjourn and continue our meeting. That was just one event. Then we also had the disaster with the calendar. There was at least 4 of us up here that wanted to meet in August in order to avoid what's going on right now with the confusion over our current calendar. Instead, she intentionally kept putting it off until we weren't able to meet until the middle of September. And now it's still, to a certain extent, a disaster because we haven't come to conclusion, and even more confusion has occurred. And then probably the most egregious event was the current chair attacking a staff member who was assisting students that came to speak to the board. That is something that we're the employer of, we have one that we have oversight on, that's our superintendent. But then below that are literally 3,500 people. And to attack one of our employees in that manner publicly is an extreme fear, puts fear into our other employees for retaliation and other events. She has not publicly apologized. I think she did apologize individually, that person, but I don't think she's considered publicly apologizing. That is only one of many events. She's yelled at audience members. She's violated people's constitutional rights. She had to apologize for that. Then she's very inconsistent in how she handles the call of the audience. At one point, she'll tell somebody, you cannot read pornography, and if you do, I'll send you out. And then she turns it around and ignores somebody that reads like 3 or 4 pages of it. This is a real problem with this board. Behind the scenes, we have been subjected to manipulation, lies, constant confusion about what's going on, and almost intentionally. And that's why I, myself, am calling for this. Now, there's 7 people up here that experience this on a regular basis, and I know at least 4 of us up here have expressed continuously the problems. Notice the look on her face, right? This is the kind of stuff that we have to deal with constantly. This is a very respected position. Our schools are to me, the most important organizations in our community. And we need to have role models for our students. I see them sitting here now. And that has not happened since she's been chair. In fact, it's deteriorated, okay?
Any other comments?
I just have one thing to add. I was very concerned, and I brought this up with other board members about the incident that happened at our special meeting. I don't want to leave this meeting without saying that I vehemently disagree with how it was handled. I know she did apologize to this staff member, but I just feel like it is not the way to set precedents for this board, and I don't think it's a civil way to treat staff. So that's all I'm going to add to that.
Ms. Adams?
I do not feel this should be added to the agenda because it does not directly impact our students in schools, which is what we are doing. And I am tired of the distraction of these types of behaviors from our board.
Okay, any other comments? All right, Ms. Billy, will you
Wait
please
a
call the
second.
roll?
I have a right to follow up according to Robert's rules. We have wasted more time over the last year with this behind-the-scenes maneuvering that keeps putting things off.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go
The
right ahead,
question
point of
before
order.
the board is whether or not to add an organizational meeting. That is the question this body is considering.
Okay. Ms. Billy, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
And Mr. Bullier?
No.
Okay, so that motion does not pass, so we will move. Any other items to add to the agenda? Okay, all in favor of adopting the agenda as proposed, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're moving on. Agenda adopted. Next, we have our presentation. No, we have our invocation. The invocation tonight is being given to us by Socorro Costa from the Latino Community Liaison at Christ Community Church. Welcome.
Thank you. I invite you all to join me in prayer. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Father, I thank you that you are here, your spirit is here, that you are the good shepherd. I thank you for each person that is present in this room tonight. For whatever the reason they're here tonight, I just ask, Lord, that you would be with each person, because you know each one of us. You know our hearts, you know our lives, you know the things that we're passionate about, the things that we love. So I just pray, God, that for each person that needs to walk beside the still waters, maybe because life is pretty chaotic these days, or for those, God, who are hurting and broken and need to have their souls restored, for those that are walking through the valley of the shadow of death and need to be comforted. I pray that you would be all things to each person here that needs to feel your comfort. I thank you for each board member that is here. I thank you for their willingness to serve the public and to serve the schools and our students, our children who we love so, so much. And I ask tonight that you would lead and guide, that your presence, that your peace would be in this place, because we have a lot of love and we have a lot of passion, and sometimes that makes it difficult. So I just ask, God, that your peace would reign in this place above all things. I thank you that we can trust you and that you will lead and guide and direct. El Señor es mi pastor, nada me falta. En campos de verdes pastos me hace descansar. Me lleva a arroyos de aguas tranquilas. Me infunde nuevas fuerzas y me guía con el camino correcto para hacer honra a su nombre. Aunque deba yo pasar por el valle más sombrío, no temo sufrido daño alguno, porque tú estás conmigo. Con tu vara de pastor me infundes nuevo aliento. Me preparas con un banquete a la vista de mis adversarios. Derramas perfume sobre mi cabeza y me colmas de bendiciones. Tú estás conmigo, con tu vara de pastor me infundes. Sé que tu bondad y tu misericordia me acompañarán todos los días de mi vida y que en tu caso, oh Señor, viviré por largos días. Gracias, Señor, por tu presencia. Gracias que tú estás con nosotros. Pido, Señor, tu paz en este lugar, en esta reunión. Te damos la gracia, Señor, porque podemos confiar totalmente en ti. Bendecido sea tu nombre. En nombre de Jesucristo yo pido. Amén. Thank you.
Next, we have the presentation of colors. The Laney Air Force Junior ROTC, under the command of Colonel Harrison Smith and Master Sergeant Bruce C. Please present the colors. Now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by our Board Vice Chair, Ms. Walker.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Crystal.
Thank you.
So now, before you leave, you can't get away without being introduced. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Alex Vetter. I'm the Hoggard High School orchestra teacher, and these are my students.
Awesome students.
I'm Cassidy Thompson, a junior. And I'm Manasi Prasad, a freshman.
And we would like to take the opportunity to thank you for inviting us. We really enjoyed playing for you this evening.
Got goosebumps. It was awesome. Thank you so much.
I'm Marate Van Kemko, and I'm 12th grade.
I'm Cameron Ganot, Lady High School AFJROTC. I'm a sophomore.
I'm Logan Reese, AFJROTC. I'm in 10th grade.
I'm Ileana McDowell, JRTC, Laney High School. I'm in 11th grade.
Thank you for that statement. And Colonel Smith and Master Sergeant C, if you want to just give a salute or wave, thank you for bringing your cadets to be with us tonight. Thank you. Okay, so next up on our agenda is recognitions. Russell Clark from our Communications Department will be doing that for us.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Faust, Madam Chair. The New Hanover County Board Vice Chair Stephanie A.C. Walker successfully completed the Advanced Leadership Corps ALC training offered annually to select local elected officials by the School of Government at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. ALC is an intensive leadership development program designed by the School Center for Public Leadership and Governance. The week-long residential program is a dynamic experience that helps participants learn about their leadership style, inspire others to work toward a shared vision, and gain insight into working together to build better relationships and achieve far-reaching results. More than 155 local elected leaders from across North Carolina have completed this selective program since its inception. Congratulations, Ms. Walker. Now, at this time, I would like to give the floor to Board Member Judy Justice for a tribute to a former educator.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming this evening, and I'm just going to remain up here because I'm in front of everyone. Recently, I believe it was September the 12th, a local education icon, Florence Warren, passed away. Unexpectedly, she had been ill, but this is not, I think, what anybody expected. I know I just talked to her a couple weeks previously, and I was pretty upset and shocked. She actually grew up in Hillcrest. She was a graduate of the greatest school under the sun, Williston, 1963. She was one of the first 5 black graduates of Wilmington, of UNCW. At the time, it was Wilmington College. And then teaching science, she started teaching at Williston. She was only able to teach 1 year before they closed Williston down, sadly, because of the situation going on desegregation on a national level here. That's one of the responses the local board at the time did. They closed Williston down, which was heartbreaking for her. She talked about that quite sadly and openly. She went and taught at New Hanover for about 3 or 4 years and worked for the city off and on with some educational programs. And during that time, she actually ran for school board, I found out. I hadn't known that. She wasn't successful, so she got a pretty good amount of votes. Then she went back to Williston, and she was there for 35 years. And what's amazing about Florence is she wasn't just a fantastic teacher, and I know that there's many in here that had her as a teacher, but she was also a mentor and a teacher of teachers. And she was very dedicated to changing the lives of these kids and instructing and helping teachers be able to do it when she wasn't able to. She worked actively in the community for social justice, for equity in education. I met her here, my goodness, 4 years ago, the first night I was sworn into the board. And she was, I believe she was still working at the time in the schools, and she was absolutely fantastic as far as assisting me understanding what was going on historically, and the relationship that we were still working on here locally to try to bring about the social justice and equity in our schools that we desperately need. One of her observations, and sadly this is something we as a board need to focus on, and something she worked for, was that our schools resegregated over the last 15 years. And that was heartbreaking to her. And she noticed that it wasn't just along racial lines, it was also economic lines. And that's one of the reasons we have these struggling schools now. And that's what she was working on when she passed, was going out in the community and trying to bring about change so we could change that in our schools. So, you know, that was a very brief tribute to Florence Warren. In 2019, she actually received the Centennial NAACP Education Award, among the many awards she's had. And she ended the last couple years of her life, she was working actively with her church, too, and a lot of local organizations that brought about a lot of positive change in our community. So, you know, I would actually like to take a minute for myself and everybody else just to reflect on Florence's contributions to our schools and the great impact she's had on some of the students, as I said, and definitely the teachers here tonight. So I'd like to take a minute. Thank you.
So our condolences to the family of Ms. Warren. Thank you, Ms. Justice, for that very sweet speech. Next up on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Second. Okay. Thank you. I got that. Thanks. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The minutes are approved. Next up on our agenda is student voice. And with us tonight are our student voice leaders and their current student ally, Shala Harper. And Mr. Johnson, if you'd like to join them at the podium. Okay, so this is a little unusual tonight that we don't, this is a policy for second reading, that a new policy for second reading, and we usually do all these together with policy. But this is going to be the new landing place for student voice, so I wanted to, that's hysterical. I hope the cameras are getting that. And just in case you're wondering what we're laughing at, there's adult ally who recently resigned from New Hanover County Schools to pursue some other interests. She is with us, and I'm sure she's watching from Italy in the middle of the night. So all right, so normally we do not, do the policies at this time, but I'd like to, since you're all here, give you that opportunity. Is there any discussion? Do you want to add anything more to your policy based on any of the meetings that you've had? Okay. Are there any questions from anybody on the board? Okay, I had one question that maybe just for you all to consider at a later point. In letter D, number 1B, it's highlighted in yellow, where it says, includes representation from all high schools and middle schools. And I just wanted to remind you that middle school students are not currently a part of the Superintendent's Advisory Council. So that will be something that your team will need to work with Mr. Johnson and Dr. Faust. I'm not going to not approve it because of that. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And then the one on D2, you see the red line where we took the assistance of the Chief Equity Officer out as a selection person. That will be something that you all, will work out, and he doesn't need to be your committee picker. And that was all I had.
I just have one question.
Sure.
I think I've read it correctly, but we're not at this point saying that a member would be a voting member of our board? Because I think there's a lot
No,
of confusion.
they were never allowed to be a voting member because that's not in our state statute. So that's why you cannot officially vote. And they declined the offer to be on the dais with us in lieu of being members of other committees. Is that correct? Okay. All right. So is there a motion to adopt policy 4004 as presented?
Moved with pride.
Okay, we got a couple. Hugh's in there first. Who came in second? Sliding in. Okay. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so you are approved. Yay. And so going forward, you guys will have this same spot after approval of the minutes on our agenda, and anything that you need to report out. You don't have to report if you don't have anything. Save us 5 minutes. But we always welcome your voice, and Mr. Johnson will coordinate that for you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson did say, maybe we should put it on the agenda as needed. I mean, Mr. Johnson, did you want to weigh in on that? Because I know they're on our agenda permanently, but maybe sometimes if they don't have anything, is that what you brought up yesterday about maybe as needed, or is that doesn't need to go on there?
Yes, just to clarify, and I just want to speak to you guys as well. You do have a standing spot on the agenda, but there might not always be something to report out. So in that case, it's going to stay there, but there's not an obligation unless you have something. But that will be there in place. Good?
Yeah. Okay. Welcome to the team, officially. Okay.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. That's awesome. Okay, next on our agenda is information part 1, and for those of you who aren't, that is something new on our agenda. What we are going to start doing is having part of our information where we have invited guests, move that to the front so that our invited guests can come and leave. We value their time for that. So first up is the Novant MOU, the Health Sciences Program, Dr. Faison.
Hello, thank you. There has been a couple questions, so we actually have Mrs. Barbara Burke from DPI with us tonight, who is an RN and over the Health Science Division of CTE. We also have Holly Reynolds, who is the Director of Professional Development and Nursing Education, and Mrs. Amy Akers, Chief Nursing Officer. These ladies will be just providing us some information, and we're going to start with Ms. Burke to just highlight or point out anything that's different with going to Novant versus our long care facilities. So Ms. Burke, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. There's actually no difference between the students completing their clinical that are in the Nurse A1 training program at a long-term care facility versus a hospital. They still have to check off on the same 15 skills that they're required to show that they are competent in performing those skills on an actual live resident or patient. It's just that the place that they're performing in it does change. They're still supervised by an RN who is approved to be there with the students.
All right, and I don't know.
Ms. Justice, do you have a comment?
You have a question, Ms. Burke?
I certainly do have a question. I have documents from the 2021-22 school year for the Nurses Aid Training Program, and I guess it's NATS, what they call it, Nursing Fundamentals and Praxitium. I'm not sure how to pronounce that word. But the point is there's 64 skills on here, and there's only, from my understanding, if they are functioning in a acute facility, then they're only able to check off on those 15 skills and not the required 64. Is okay?
So those skills that, well, first of all, the purpose of Nurse A1 training, they have to be taught how to be a nurse aide, first of all. We're not teaching them to test or anything. They're taught to work as a nurse aide. So those 64 skills that you see are the skills that they have to check off in the lab. Not all of them they will check off. Some of them are taught. For example, We don't have Hoyer lifts in a high school lab. We don't have stretchers. Those are not expected to be taught, to be checked off of. On page 3 of the nurse aid training summary sheet, those are the skills that the students have to check off on, and they only have to check off on 15 of those skills, which includes things like a basic, complete bed bath, feeding, assisting to ambulate, which they have to have the instructor with them to do that. So they're not expected to check off on all 64 skills. There's an addendum, there's a second sheet that you don't have.
I have
Ms. Justice?
I have the addendum here. And I see those skills, I believe altogether there's 24 of them, yes. My concern is with our past contracts with the, I guess you'd call them nursing homes, they would be called convalescent homes and other names. This is for long-term care facilities, that's the proper term. All 64 of these skills were checked off previous, they were with our nursing, I've got copies of it. With our schools, with the programs that we had in place before the contract with Novant, they were signed and checked off.
Those skills were checked off in the lab. Part 3 of the nurse aid training summary sheet are the skills that are to be checked off in the actual facility. The students can attend a long-term care. They also can do their skills check off at a hospital. They have to be on medical units, which generally will have a larger population of the elderly, an orthopedic nursing unit, a rehab hospital for their clinical.
Well, aren't they, I believe they're doing their clinicals through these programs. I'm not an expert, but we do have some experts. I would like to get more information for them in order to understand why the difference between what's going on this year and what has happened in the past. And in the past, they were using this format, and they were successfully going through all these skills required, and now you're saying they just need 15?
In the past, the students always check those 64 skills off in the skills nursing lab, either on mannequins or with each other. They are only required to do part 3 of the nurse aid training summary sheet, which includes those 24 skills, and they have to do 15 of those or more if they can get more.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Birds. Hang on for us, if you would, and I'd like for Dr. Faison to.
And I would just say that, and I'll bring Novant up here, but our students still will be at a geriatric facility. It still will be they will be working with geriatric patients.
They're working with acute patients.
I'll bring
That's
Mrs. I'm sorry?
It's not a matter of geriatrics, it's a difference between acute and long-term.
Okay, I will bring up Mrs. Reynolds and Mrs. Akers to address that.
Thank you, Ms. Akers, for being here with us.
Hi, I'm Holly Reynolds.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So, as was discussed, we do have placement in the hospital, and we do plan on putting them in our rehab facility, the majority of which is geriatric patients, for them to get checked off on those 15 skills. We have been successfully doing this with Brunswick County schools for a number of years now, with no issues. We're excited about this partnership with New Hanover County Schools and about bringing those students in, and don't anticipate having any issues. The students will successfully be checked off on those 15 skills. With their instructor, they would be assigned to those geriatric patients for the purpose of being checked off on those skills.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Reynolds?
Well, I don't know if it's for Mr. Reynolds or not.
You want to hear the third speaker and then ask your question just to make sure? Okay. Do you have a third speaker for us tonight? Okay. And does Ms. Futrell need to add anything, or? Okay, all right.
I would add one thing that I wanted to add is we've heard our staff's concerns, so we do have a plan in place for this spring where we will have an outside nurse. We're working with Mrs. Burke to actually bring our students to Novant to do the 10 hours of clinicals there. Keep in mind, our students have 40 hours of clinicals. We're just asking right now that they get 10. Because Novant has a program, if our students do their clinical, their nursing, if they become a nurse, CNA, they will actually pay for them to be a nurse. So we don't want to take that opportunity away from our students, but we've heard our staff. So we have, for these 10 hours that the students, and this is this spring, right? We will have 10 hours they will go. We're going to start with 10 hours. During the 10 hours where these students are with another nurse at Novant, our teachers will be collaborating with the nurses at Novant. We have not, I want to share this with you guys first before we even share it with our nurse, but that is our plan because we've heard them, but we do not want to take away this opportunity for our students. So we've got a plan in place for the spring for that. And any questions? And you got all three of us.
Ms. Walker had a comment.
Sure.
Well, to your last point, I mean, this was brought to us, I guess, as an opportunity for our students. I guess the feedback we've gotten so far that it's kind of messed with the program that was already doing well.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Which part didn't you hear?
You said something about a program is doing well?
Well, I'm saying I figured the program was already doing well. I think we have a very established program that has been doing well. I know we teamed with Novant, but the feedback that we've gotten, well, at least so far, and I guess it's just a situation with one of the schools, maybe more, we haven't heard. But I will move on from that for a second. One of the questions was about liability insurance for nurses, and from what the feedback we got was that they don't get coverage. The nurse instructors don't get liability insurance, and they're not comfortable with that. Is that correct?
So, and Ms. Fertrell might can speak more on it. She shared, all of our teachers have a certain amount of insurance. No matter if you are the culinary teacher with knives or if you are the fire teacher, you have a certain amount. We are looking to make sure, because Novant has a particular amount of insurance that their teachers, their nurses, our teachers will have to have. We are looking to make sure if they do have to have additional insurance, the district will cover that as well.
Okay, so that's something new that we haven't heard.
Well,
yeah.
We're hearing it now.
Yeah.
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, I read the document. They have to have $1 million themselves of their own personal liability to work there. I do understand that our nurses that were running this program for, one of them, a decade, very successfully, if not longer, have resigned because not just that, but they're expected to go down on their own time and work with Novant without being paid in order to be allowed to be in the hospital and work with the students. Do you know anything about that?
So what we did was, first you want to make sure teachers are comfortable. So Novant offered that our teachers could come and spend some time. So we were going to pay them for, you want to talk about the program? We were going to pay them over the summer so they could have that opportunity.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, we were going to pay teachers. Teachers get curriculum development pay, but any work that teachers do outside of their regular duty, we have to pay them for that. So it was always the plan to compensate our teachers, even for the training.
Was that next summer or this summer?
It was last summer. If they had taken advantage of that opportunity, they were going to be paid.
Well,
and we
apparently
shared
they weren't
that.
aware of that opportunity because they're the one that contacted us said that they were going to have to do it without being paid on their own time.
I think that's illegal. I don't think we can work people without being paid.
Well, I agree, but
but we always compensate our teachers. We had other teachers working this summer, and they were all compensated. So we wouldn't have treated health science teachers any differently. And the orientation that Novant requires for them to come and do like 4 hours, they will also be compensated for that as well. All through CTE dollars.
Thank you, Ms. Futrell. I just wanted to add something in that since some of these concerns have been coming up, I had the opportunity to talk with a number of nurse aid alumni that have gone through these programs that we have all acknowledged are working well, and asked them what they thought about the opportunity of being able to go to the hospital. And every single one of them said they thought, well, that might be a little scary, but wouldn't that be cool? Because that's where I'm probably going to work. And so I took that to, and then listening to the opportunity as just a more of a support for what we're doing. So I appreciate the fact that, you guys are forward thinking and looking at that. And Ms. Burt, thank you for coming in. Our expert from DPI, we appreciate you all so much for looking out for all of our students in North Carolina, and so that we can look out for our students in New Hanover County.
Okay, and Mr. Barnes said one thing he wanted to share.
Good evening. Just to speak, there was a concern and allegation about possible retaliation for our nurses, for any employee. If that's ever feeling like that, in the interest of transparency and security, they can just contact me directly and we'll help them deal with that.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. Appreciate that vote of confidence. Okay, any more questions?
Another question.
Any comment, Ms. Walker?
Thank you, thank you. I was just going to say, this is a year-long MOU, correct? We signed it this summer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we can.
I think we signed it like in the spring, actually, yeah.
Well, it might be worth, evaluate and make sure the program is working out for students. Because if it was working before, obviously we want to make sure it keeps continuing to be successful. And if, I guess it's up to the board to look at that MOU and make sure that everything's going well.
We did sign it in August, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I appreciate the time there. And the no action was needed on that, information only. All right, so next up we have J.C. Rowe and Principal Morrissey and Julie Barnum to give us a little presentation about the fabulous things that are going on at J.C. Rowe right now.
Good evening. I am really excited to stand here and then hand off the mic. Where'd you go? Hand off the mic to Principal Morrissey. I feel like I've had the great opportunity to kind of work alongside her for many, many years since she was a special ed teacher and moved through her growth in that and then through administration. So really excited to share. I'm going to give you just a brief one or two sentences here, and then I want her to be able to jump in and tell you all about what she is able to provide through her leadership within J.C. Rowe. So in accordance with Board Policy 3470 and 4305, because I really like to cite policy, I live in the policy manual, there may be a period of time in a student's educational career when an alternative learning program placement needs to be provided to address certain social and emotional needs. And we also know in that placement, our academic programming is of the utmost importance. So students may be transferred to the alternative learning program on a voluntary or involuntary basis. And it can be under many different circumstances. And involuntary placements are what we offer in lieu of long-term suspension for the majority of our cases, and those are a disciplinary reassignment. But we have probably a record number of voluntary requests for the alternative learning program at J.C. Rowe, which is something that parents are seeking, and our administrators are having those conversations with them so that Ms. Morrissey and her team can establish an individualized plan for these students. So I want her to jump in, and then we'll answer any questions you have.
So hi, I'm Kim Morrissey. I am the principal at J.C. Rowe. This is my second year as principal there. So the first thing that I've really been focusing on is trying to change the narrative of J.C. Rowe. I've been in this county for 15 years. I'm quite familiar with what people think about it, and I think that it's unfortunately because they haven't been exposed to all the great things that we have to offer. The infographic, unfortunately, you can't see the whole thing, but yes, so we have a couple different programs there. The short-term program, last year, 144 middle school students and 95 high school students. These were students that were suspended from their home school, so they actually came through J.C. Rowe and got to sit with certified teachers to work on their classwork that really helped with that lost instructional time. EC students are also provided their services while they're at J.C. Rowe. We do have 3 EC teachers on staff and paraeducators. While they're in short term, we also do daily SEL lessons. We try to focus those around the reasons that the students were suspended or other things that the short-term suspension teacher will notice that's going on in the classroom. We do have technology available for all of our students that are there. And then it's also an opportunity to make up work. A lot of times students that are suspended have gaps. They've been suspended before, sitting in ISS. So this gives them an opportunity to make up the makeup work to really get back on track before they go back to their home school. Then the second part of what we do is our transition in the ALP program that Ms. Varnum was mentioning. So last year we had 29 students, so it's a great small student-to-teacher ratio. We did add last year a full-time mental health specialist, which is huge. We also have a full-time counselor and a full-time social worker. So part of what we do with that program is we also have daily SEL lessons. We do exit projects where the students talk about coping skills they've learned and ways that they can be more successful back in their homeschool. We have transition meetings with the homeschools, so we make sure that they have people and point of contact to go to. We do also have a full-time behavior interventionist that will pull them for small groups and social skills lessons. And then this is also the potential to serve all middle and high school students in the county. So that's like a great opportunity for students that are struggling in a traditional school environment. Then the long-term program, last year we had 57 students. We do offer through that program 14 core graduation requirements taught face-to-face. I think the first misconception is that the students are sitting on the computer all day. We have certified teachers, they're changing classes. We did our master schedule so it mimics the homeschool, so they're used to sitting in 80-minute blocks. So we're really trying to make that transition as smooth as possible. We have also multiple credit recovery options. A lot of the times the students that come to us in high school or have been retained or are missing some credit, so we offer opportunities to work with certified teachers on those things. Daily SEL lessons for them also in small social skills groups. Then we also have a really strong school-wide behavior expectations. We have daily behavior charts. There's levels that the students move up to earn more privileges. And then we have a token economy system that the students earn Rowe bucks and they get to trade that in for treats at the end of the week. So then the other infographic I did was just to try to highlight some of the things that we've been doing with community outreach. We have a garden group partnership with the Arboretum, and they come every Tuesday to work with our students. Reverend Jerry Pearson, which a lot of people are familiar with in the county, has come. He volunteers there. He's actually working on becoming a substitute because of his work with J.C. Rowe so that he can offer that service also. We just participated in the New Hanover County 5-day SELPD, and that was our entire staff participated in that. Last year we had speakers that we've already set up for this year, including Cape Fear, local banks, and the National Guard. The first 2 weeks of school, myself and my assistant principal went and visited all of our students that transitioned back to make sure that they had met someone that they could have a connection with, that they had gone to classes and try to have connections with them even though they're not in our building anymore. We had an art therapist that we had last year with the grant that we're hoping to maybe get back. And then we had a performance in the spring where they did spoken word, interpretive dance, and a play scene. We have a fall and spring community night. This fall, it is November 16th, which is a Wednesday, and LifePoint's actually helping us sponsor that. So we're inviting people to come out and participate in that with us. And then our teachers constantly participate in countywide professional development. Our core content teachers are teaching all grade levels. So my high school English teacher is teaching all Englishes, just like my math and everything else, yet they're still participating in everything else that the county is expecting of them, which I think says a lot about the dedication of the staff we have at J.C. Rowe. So I just kind of wanted to share some of the things that we've been doing and start to open up that kind of dialogue about this is a great opportunity for students to help get them back on track and to offer an opportunity for them to feel success in a different environment so that they can transition back to their homeschool and really be successful.
Fingers up. Yeah, Mr. Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wildeboer, I know you've requested this, and I'm really grateful that you did because we don't often get a chance to hear from you and hear about some of the really incredible things we did and that we're doing. And I just really wanted to highlight that because I think coming out of the pandemic, moving forward, and you've already said this year your needs have never been greater. And this program is really important. What we offer these students is absolutely critical. And so they need us to be our best, and I know you are, and I'm just really grateful to get a chance to see some good work. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Wildeboer?
First off, I want to thank you for all you and your staff are doing. I think it's exceptional. I can't even get the words out. That's how good I think it is. But I also, could you talk to us a little bit about some of the, because we have a whole bunch of folks going to be talking or asking about alternatives to seclusion. And I know that you guys do a lot of great things in instead of seclusion. Can you talk to us just a little about some of the things you might do?
Yes, I think a lot of the things we do is the proactive piece. Because we're able to have those relationships because of our student-to-teacher ratio, we're able to find out things that I think a lot of the times in a traditional school you're not able to know. So we're able to kind of read students and check in with them a lot more than a traditional school is able to. Each student talks to adults before they go to class. That's part of our program in our homeroom. They go over their behavior points chart from the day before with teachers. So there's a lot of things in place where we're able to see some things and then step in as needed. So because we have the staff that we do, and I know we're expensive, but because we have the staff that we do, then we're able to give them those resources that they need and pull them out and do social skills lessons based on what's going on with them. Or if we found out something happened in one of the neighborhoods the night before, then we're ready to kind of have everyone in a crisis type mode to really, encourage the kids to talk about what's going on and for us to focus on working through those things before we get to the academics. So we're able to focus on the whole child piece. A lot of our students are coming hungry, and that's our first thing, where all of our teachers know, and they all have snacks in each of their classrooms, that if a student isn't responding, then maybe it's something else going along those lines. So because of the way our school is structured, we're able to take some time away with our other staff members to focus on the kids' needs and then allow the teachers to still teach content to the other students they're able.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. McManus?
I certainly applaud what you're doing, your whole staff, and I genuinely think there's a definite place for us. And I don't want this to sound negative, but I think it's a fair question. If I recall, we spend $83,000 per student at J.C. Rowe. What follow-up do we have after they finish J.C. Rowe with regards to where they are and what they're doing, employment otherwise?
So let me clarify the cost per student. That cost per student is taken in a snapshot, kind of at a period in time. And so I think while last year it may have, I'm not looking at the chart, but I'm going to go into my visual memory. I think it may have counted maybe 50-some students, and it's the cost per student. But as you can see from the data provided by Principal Morrissey, she served more students than that. So that cost per student is a little skewed because it's got to be taken in a snapshot time frame, or else you're trying to move dollars. I can't imagine Ashley trying to create that kind of visual. So it's not quite accurate because the students that she also served were still counted at their home school.
So what would be accurate?
I don't know how we would calculate that because our students, it's so fluid. Our students are coming in we're offering, as Ms. Morrissey shared, that our students from middle and high school can come in for a short-term suspension alternative. So they're not actually suspended. They're in an alternative setting for that suspension. So she'll have kids 5 days at a time, 4 days at a time, and then you might have students that come in for the remainder of a semester, or they transition in for 6 weeks and then move to their school. It's got to be so fluid to be student-centered that it's really hard to do a true capturing of the cost per student. And I don't want to try to step into Ashley's lane. I think she's amazing, and I can't calculate that.
But Ms. Morrissey, can you talk about what you and your team did
The transition.
To transition, and then at the beginning of this year, what you did with the students who had gone back to their respective schools?
Oh, when we were doing the visits, yes. We did set up with the home schools. Mr. Menini is the assistant principal. We went and saw all of our students, and we met with all of them with an administrator or with a staff member from the home school to make sure that they were aware of who the J.C. Rowe students were. We pulled up their power school, we put all the students down, we talked about classes they had been to. A couple of them, we actually did schedule changes while we were there because the student wasn't attending because they didn't like the class. And so it gave a time for us to help the student advocate for themselves in their home school with people there that they can go to versus kind of just sending them back and then expecting them to have that skill set carried over from the summer and they to do that on their own. So that was something different we did this year that I think was really successful.
Judy? Ms. Justice? Oh, you want more? You got more to go? Okay.
Yes, I was looking at this little informational boxes you gave us. I see that the short-term program provides EC students with services. What about the transition and long-term program?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I just wanted to make a point that the short-term was also receiving services. Okay. Yes, and the reason I pointed that out is because the short-term students are not in my power school, so that's part of the reason that the numbers are skewed because they stay in their home power school, but we receive a copy of the IEP from the home school, and we make sure that those services are still given at J.C. Rowe.
Ms. Walker?
How's lunch? I've heard a lot of things about your lunch.
Lunch is brought in daily from Hoggard, and breakfast.
Okay. Is it okay to eat? I mean, we've had pictures sent to us. I mean, I'm just curious if it's okay to eat, or do you need help with that?
The students eat the lunch, yes.
I know they probably do, but Okay, we can talk later, I guess.
The students are fed, absolutely. We make sure that we have food for the students. They eat the lunches. They eat breakfast too. No student goes hungry.
No, I'm glad about that. I just was thinking about quality. Yeah.
Mr. McManus?
Just, are we following up with those who graduate? I made it do a good job with that, from J.C. Rowe.
Yes, sir.
Are we keeping up with where they are, their success?
Yeah, actually, that's another beautiful part, I think, about us having those relationships. Last year, we had 5 seniors that started with us, and all 5 graduated, and different staff members keep in touch with them all the time. A bunch of staff members went to graduation, actual family parties. That's how much we kind of become a part of what the families are. It's the first time, I worked at Ashley for 8 years, I never gave out my cell phone number, and I give out parents my cell phone number at Rowe all the time. It's just one of those great opportunities we have to really have a different type of relationship.
What's your cell number?
Let me cover that.
And I want to add in that this summer, Ms. Marcy reached out, or maybe it was last spring. Ms. Marcy reached out and asked to sit down with me and kind of redevelop our process for alternative learning programs to have even more connection and braiding of collaboration from the homeschool. And so the process that our principals follow now has a transition to and a transition from the alternative learning program with specific steps that they have to agree to in order to make that referral. And that's been really helpful.
I think it's an important piece for the student too, because then the principal and myself are working together on a plan for the student, and then the student and the family is aware of that. So it's really kind of that partnership that we have going on, that we're one team versus J.C. Rowe versus the homeschool.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in real quickly, the work that you guys are doing is amazing, and the one thing that really jumps out at me all the time is that back to the homeschool visit, because I don't know about you, but many of us have had, family members or friends who have been in a program where they had to go get fixed and then are put back into the environment that maybe contributed to the problem. So I think that is wonderful, to make sure that they feel good about that. And just, I've subbed at your school before, and it's not an easy place on some days, and some days it's just like every other school. So I'm happy that you treat them as such and individuals and meet them where they are. So thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Next on our agenda, Jarrell Lewis and Kelly Lewis and, Julie Varnum, you're back up if you're participating. The Title IX athletics audit.
I was so excited for Miss Marcy to be able to do that. I just ran away with all of my papers and everything. So I'm just doing the introduction and then handing this off. As you know, our district voluntarily engaged in the athletics audit for Title IX in order to focus on continued compliance with Title IX. And I'm really excited that Jarrell Lewis and Kelly Lewis, they are not brothers, but I am happy to have both of them come and talk to you about this.
Good evening. So this evening, there is a presentation. I think someone's going to pull it up here. So this evening, I will be speaking along with Mr. Kelly about the Title IX athletics audit that we performed back in the spring of 2022. You can go to the next slide. So this presentation will be brief, but we'll focus on three different parts. The first is the audit process overview, what that looked like. Number 2 is the Title IX regulation itself. And then number 3 are the results from the athletic audit. So the audit process overview, we utilize a third-party auditor consultant, Helen Grant Consulting, LLC. That third party reviewed 4 high schools and 7 middle schools, all of the schools in New Hanover County schools that have athletic opportunities for their students. The audit was actually performed in April 18th through 22nd of this school year. What that looked like included the auditor coming to the New Hanover County Schools and visiting, performing site visits as well. And then the data collection was also part of it. And so the auditor collected data from the 2021-2020 school year, and the data that was collected included official team rosters, enrollment by gender of each respective school participating in the audit, a listing of all head, assistant, and volunteer coaches, compensation, stipends for coaching duty, and if the coach is a faculty member or only a coach or non-faculty member. The data collection also included questionnaires for coaches and students. The questionnaires gave insight about student perspectives participating in athletics, as in addition to the coaches as well, related to some of the Title IX compliance factors. And then the last part of the data collection included in-person interviews of the athletic directors at each respective school and coaches as well. So for the Title IX regulation itself, the federal government, the regulation speaks very specifically to how districts must comply with the Title IX regulation. And there's two components to that. One is equitable opportunity, which ensures that the underrepresented sex has an equal opportunity to play in sports. And the second prong is equitable treatment, which ensures that athletes are treated equitably when participating in sports. So speaking to the first prong, equitable opportunity, that includes a three-part test as outlined by case law and the regulations. Substantial proportionality test. What that means is that the district must show that enrollment in athletics is substantially proportionate to high school enrollment based on sex. And our athletic audit focused on that prong number one. Number two to meet prong number one is a history and continuing practice of program expansion, meaning that the district has shown a history and continued practice of adding athletic programs for the underrepresented sex. And the last is accommodation of interests and abilities. The district shows that the district has reviewed the athletic interests and abilities of the underrepresented sex and sought to accommodate those interests with new athletic teams and sports offerings. So again, this is how a district may show compliance with the equitable opportunity prong, ensuring that the underrepresented sex has an equal opportunity to play in sports. Moving forward to number two for the Title IX regulations, equitable treatment. I think these are the pieces that most people are familiar with when it comes to Title IX athletics compliance. The federal regulations are nicknamed this part, the laundry list. There are a number of factors that are included that must be met to show that the district is ensuring that athletes are treated equitably when participating in sports. And I won't go through every one of the laundry list of factors, but these are those factors as shown on the screen. So the audit was performed in April, and we received the results mid to late summer. And I took the time to highlight some of the areas and opportunities for improvement based on the audit itself. And the first area is the first prong, equitable opportunity, particularly related to substantial proportionality. The audit found that Myrtle Grove Middle School, Williston Middle School, and Roland Grice Middle School were the only schools that met this particular prong by having student participation, their athletes be substantially proportionate to enrollment at the school. So for example, if a school has 47% female enrollment, then theoretically the athletes should be around 47% female. That's what that substantial proportionality test shows. And again, Myrtle Grove Middle School, Williston Middle School, and Roland Grice met those tests out of all the schools in our district. So for next steps to address this concern, according to the auditor, was for middle school, the district needs to increase girls' participation or do a combination of increasing the girls' roster, and then also decreasing the boys' roster. So some type of roster management to be able to control these numbers and make sure that they're substantially proportionate to the overall enrollment at the school itself. For high school, the auditor stated that increasing girls' participation or increasing girls' rosters or decreasing boys' rosters, and also ensuring that there are junior varsity teams for female sports similar to male sports. Like there's a JV basketball team, there needs to be a JV girls basketball team, things like that, making sure there are JV opportunities to increase the participation numbers for the females athletes. The next prong is equitable treatment. And so the auditor examined whether New Hanover County Schools provides male and female athletes with benefits, opportunities, and treatment that are equivalent in availability, quality, and kind based on the relevant factors. The auditor noted any disparities that were found and then categorized the level of the disparity to determine if the disparities resulted in denial of equal athletic opportunity to male or female athletes. In regards to this prong, the auditor found that there were concerns with the availability and use of athletic facilities to the detriment of female athletes at Hoggard, Ashley, and Laney, and specifically related to the weight room and the hitting facilities. Just making sure that at those particular schools, those facilities were being used equitably based on male and female. So that was a concern that was highlighted there. I think that for next steps, having the athletic director, Mr. Kelly Lewis, have more oversight and to work with the local athletic directors to develop procedures to make sure that those facilities are being shared equitably, schedules, things such as that would be able to address some of those concerns. Number two, there were concerns with the availability and exclusive use of athletic facilities to the detriment of female athletes at Holly Shelter, Myrtle Grove, and Williston Middle School, similar to the high school, specifically related to the weight rooms at those particular middle schools. And so the next steps for that are similar to the high school, just making sure that we're providing more oversight and having procedures that address how and when these facilities will be used and shared, so we can make sure that they're not, the time is not being provided to only male athletes and it's being shared with female athletes as well. Number three, for equitable treatment, talking about the quality of life. You can go back to the next slide, I'm sorry. 6, yeah. So the last concern that the auditor highlighted that related to Title IX was there were potential Title IX violations found related to Hoggard softball and New Hanover High School softball facilities. So related to Hoggard, again, the auditor did come and do site visits, and she stated specifically that there were concerns related to quality related to the softball field at Hoggard High School, the entrance, the press box, the home plate, the dugout, the stands, the bullpen, the brick knee wall, and netting, when comparing it to the baseball facility for the males. In addition to that, the softball hitting cage was down. I think there was some type of weather damage at the time when the auditor came, and so she addressed that concern as well, making sure that the hitting facility was up so that it can be used by the softball team. For New Hanover High School, there were quality and cosmetic concerns related to the softball field, specifically related to the press box, the stands, the backstop, the batting cage, the dugout, locker room, on all of that in comparison to the male facilities, the baseball team. So these are substantial concerns that could, be Title IX violations. So for this particular concern, the district, myself, Title IX office is partnering with operations, Mr. Eddie Anderson, to address these concerns with his division. We've already had some of those discussions. Not sure if you want to add anything specifically, or I'll open it up to you if you do.
I would just like to add that after the report identified areas of concern but it didn't provide a scope of work and cost estimates for completing those. So in operations, our goal is we've hired a designer that's going to do their assessment and provide those very detailed scope of work and cost estimates for your consideration in the upcoming capital budget.
Thank you. Mr. Littleborg?
If I'm correct, in Hanover softball, they don't play on our facility, they play at Godwin, correct?
Yes.
How can we control Godwin versus, Hardy Field?
So Title IX compliance, we can't say that we don't have to comply with Title IX because we don't actually own the field that our students play on. It's still impacting their educational environment if they're provided with a facility that's lesser than males. So it's still our obligation to address those concerns, outlining with the laundry list that Title IX outlines. So the district does have a more unique hurdle with New Hanover High Schools, particularly because we're sharing that space with the city and the county. I don't know for sure. So we have to partner with those individuals to make sure that we're providing a facility that's in compliance with Title IX, and if that's not the case, then it's still the district's duty to make sure we provide some facility that meets Title IX compliance. I'm sorry,
Ms.
Ms.
Walker
Crapo.
was next, thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. I know we talked about New Hanover softball last year, and I'm so happy that this was done. Was this done by private, and maybe I missed it, or was it, now that there are violations that are shown, or is there a timeline that we have to meet in order to get it remedied, or what are the follow-ups?
Yeah, so the consultant was private, I guess that was your first question.
Yeah.
The second part of the question, the timeline. So when there are potential Title IX violations related to quality and facilities and things like that, of course, that's going to require budget to be able to address some of those concerns. So I don't believe that OCR has an expectation that districts must, provide these fixes by the end of a particular school year. Their understanding, as long as the district has a plan, I think that's the most important aspect. But sometimes it could be a year to 3 years to address a particular facility issue. It really just depends on the scope of the issue. And I would agree that, particularly related to New Hanover and Hoggard, there is substantial work to be done. So there isn't a hard, fast deadline, but we just need to show that we're working on that with due diligence.
Mr. McManus?
Thank you, Gerald. I have two questions. One, parents, booster clubs, however you want to, umbrella you want to put it under, are they allowed to give the money to upgrade facilities? That's their choice.
Yeah, so Title IX is definitely concerned with the funding aspect, making sure that that money is being spent equitably. Schools have booster clubs, and booster clubs are able to raise funds to the benefit of the school itself, or maybe even a particular team. That does not violate Title IX in any way. The concern would be if a booster club is providing funds to the district, particularly a specific team, or even more specifically, a male team. That could create an imbalance if the district is not matching those funds in some way, shape, or form for female athletes, if they are, which they generally are, the underrepresented sex. So long story short, boosters can provide funds, but it's the district's responsibility to make sure that those funds are being utilized in a manner that does not violate Title IX.
And that would be the athletic directors or the assistant principal / athletic directors at each school.
Right,
Manages that.
That increased oversight, Mr. Kelly Lewis would be able to provide the oversight for those agencies.
Did you have a follow-up, Hugh, real quick, and then we'll go to
Make sure I
Judy?
understand my second. That goes through you and Mr. Anderson?
No.
Any prospective expense, how is that prioritized, females, males?
I think that's a better question for Mr. Kelly Lewis to speak about how budget works at the local schools when it comes to athletics.
So, what's your question again, Mr. McManus? You're saying if
Well,
the booster clubs...
obviously, when we're doing budget, we prioritize to the best of our ability based on what we think we know at the time. So how do you do that now that you have identified, obviously, women's facilities versus men's facilities? So how do you prioritize the expenditure? Who goes first?
Well, I
in
think
your
that
budget,
won't
so
happen.
that we know what the priorities are.
Right.
With regard to who's getting what.
Right, well, I don't think that would happen until we have the scope of work done from the firm that maintenance operations is hired. And then from that result, then our officers would be able to work to then prioritize where we're going to start. And I know Mr. Wildebohr had a question.
Well, what's the timetable for that?
Well,
is that going to be done in the next 6 months, a year,
So-
2? Because you said 2 or 3 years down the road in some cases.
And Mr. Lewis was talking about having that work completed. So the timetable for me and my team, we're identifying what the specific scope of work is to bring the facilities at Highgard and Hanover into compliance with the audit. We're also identifying the cost of work associated with that. We will present that to the Capital Outlay Budget Committee probably in the January, February timeframe. And then it would go to the full board as part of your upcoming budget.
Ms. Farnham, did you have something? You kept looking like you were leaning in. Yes.
I only wanted to mention that we would prioritize in our budget process, much like we did this past year, where we start working on our asks, and then our team, the senior staff, the cabinet, prioritizes and then brings it to the board.
Thank you. Ms. Justice?
Yes, you were talking about the equitable opportunity, and you mentioned 3 middle schools that they said they need to work on, but you said, it sounded like you were talking about the high schools. Is it all the high schools have got that issue? Because you didn't identify particular ones. Is it all 4 high schools?
Yes, these 3 middle schools that were, if I'm understanding you correctly, talking about the equitable opportunity, those 3 middle schools were the only schools in our district that met that test. Every other school that has an athletic team did not meet that substantial proportionality test.
So all 4 high schools?
All 4 high schools and the majority of the middle schools did not. Wow. So the district needs to work on our rosters to be able to make sure that those numbers are substantially proportionate to the overall enrollment at those other schools.
Thank you.
Dr. Faust?
So what you're saying is, for instance, because of football puts us out of whack because of how many male players actually play football. And we don't have a girls' team that is as large as a football team. And then we also have to consider that sometimes when they get to high school or middle school, some of our athletes choose not to play. So that, I think that kind of puts our numbers out of sync.
Yeah, and with Title IX, the equitable opportunity test, like I said, there's 3 ways that you can meet that equitable opportunity piece. Number 1 is the substantial proportionality, which only 3 of the middle schools meet, which only 3 schools meet in the district. However, number 2 and number 3, such as a history and continuing practice of program expansion and accommodating the interests and abilities of the underrepresented sex, are another avenue to meet Title IX compliance when it comes to equitable opportunity. Being that we're K through 12, it is a bit more unique because we have an athletic association that really kind of tells us what sports we're going to be able to offer. So the audit did not find necessarily a Title IX violation because of those other 2 tests, but just speaking about the first test, substantial proportionality, that is what the audit found, that only those 3 middle schools met. But for Title IX compliance-wise, we're okay to test 2 or 3, if that makes sense.
Mr. Boyer?
Thank you, Madam
I was going to
Chair.
do follow-up.
His hand was up. Hang on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lewis, my understanding that part of this audit, either Mr. Lewis's, is that part of this audit had to do with pay for coaches and assistant coaches for the stipend that they receive?
So Title IX.
I think that might be, the non-Title IX piece was the equity with regards to pay looked at.
For Title IX, the equity would be making sure that our female coaches are being paid as equitable as the male coaches. So that's where the Title IX.
My real question has to do with the pay for middle school athletic directors. I was told that they're as underpaid as Scottie Pippen on the 90s Bulls. I don't know if you can speak to that, or if there's something similar with regards to what Mr. Anderson is doing to sort of look at that and address it.
I will say this is outside of Title IX.
This is outside of Title IX.
That's outside of Title IX. Yeah, we do. I am in the request that I have to send to Ms. Varnum That is going to be a request that I put in, that the middle school athletic directors would receive an increase in their stipend, because as you know, our middle schools, we sponsor 15 sports, which is more than some of the largest school systems in the state. And they are full-time teachers with no extra duty for athletic directors. So that is going to be a request of mine. Through
Okay.
my
So,
board.
Mr. Boyer, hold that question until a more appropriate budget time. Ms. Adams, did I see your hand up? Okay, Ms. Walker, Ms. Justice?
Okay, I got to say for a second, I lost it, what the question was. Now, Dr. Faust mentioned football, but then there's things like softball for the females that the most of the males, I don't think there are any male players on softball. So, and that is a way that there is equitability in the types of sports. It's not because there's one group more than another that could be involved and active.
Yeah, I think the point was that football presents challenges to schools in K-12 and higher ed because it is generally only for males and the rosters are large. So when you're talking about substantial proportionality to overall enrollment, that skews it very heavily in favor of males. And so I think that's the aspect of it. So football does present that challenge here as well, that rosters are so large that when we're talking about the proportionality, there's going to be more male athletes than females generally because the team rosters are just larger based on the sports that are offered, particularly related to football.
Okay. Ms. Walker?
Well, I just wanted to say, because it looks like you had broke those up into different categories, with violations were Hoggard and Hanover softball girls facilities, and I know that was reported a long time ago, and I think that speaks to, we really do love our sports here, and we're really good at them, and I think do we get more participation for female athletes, which I guess softball is the equivalent to baseball here, but if their facilities were better and their practice places were better, you would probably get more participation, I think. And I know there's booster clubs that support various sports here. We all know about them. But I think if we make it better, they will come, I think.
Yeah, and in addition to that, when I was a student here, we had females that played on the lacrosse team with the males.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have girls lacrosse. In addition to that, I believe, Mr. Kelly, let me know if I'm wrong, that there's going to be female wrestling as well.
Yes, yeah. This year, high school is going to have an individual regional just for the females as a trial run because the high school association just added female wrestling as a sport for the next school year. So then they will have their own regional and they will have their own state championship as their own sport. That is for next year. And one other thing the high school association did this year, they separated women's lacrosse, had a combo state championship. They've now taken 4A, and now 4A women's lacrosse is now going to have their own individual state championship. So the state is also making some changes, which gives us more opportunities here at the district.
Yeah, I would just piggyback on that. We could create sports offerings in the district, but the problem that comes is, who do we play? If we don't have anyone else, the other school districts that are offering those same sports teams, we don't really have much of a competition at all. So that's a challenge. But I do think that the state is working on providing us with more offerings as well for our female athletes. And I think the last slide, there's one more slide under that. I'm about done. The second to last, so I'm sorry, 8. And so, yeah, we talked about, so I think some additional thoughts that I found from the audit was that the district athletic directors could do a better job at record keeping, their rosters, their schedules, their budgeting items so that we can do more proactive audits and not have to struggle to find that material. So that's another area for opportunity for improvement as well, making sure that we are doing a good job of documenting at the school level.
Okay. Do you want to finish your slide and then we'll get...
Well, at this point, I'm done at this point.
Okay, Ms. Justice?
Okay, and this might seem silly to some people, but I'm looking at the pictures that are going along with this presentation, and they don't have nothing to do with sports, no offense, guys. I love to see action pictures with sports, so in the future, whoever put this together, get some players going.
That was me. I used the slide from the, I'm not technologically savvy one, and I used the slides from the communications division. I did not change the pictures, but I think this looks very nice.
Lots of sports pictures.
Running to get a car. Yeah. Mr. McManus?
Just a sidebar. Most people, when they think of schools and school systems, they forget that what we are is a business. People really forget that the finance and the personnel is major, absolutely major. And so I hope people keep that in mind as we hope to develop and improve all of it. But it is a business, very expensive, and we all have to pull in the same direction.
All right, last comment for Ms. Justice. Thank you, Mr.
Well, in the
McManus.
same vein, we're raising children and educating children, not building widgets. So we know the very first priority should be our kids and not the bottom. Although the bottom line comes from so many sources, that's a good one, trying to figure that one out.
All righty, Mr. Lewis, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it, and we look forward to hearing back from you when you have more things to share. Okay, next up on our agenda is call to the audience, but I would like to take a 5-minute break before we head into the next hour long session. So it's 6:25, so can we come back? Oh, it's 6:27. Can we come back by 6:32?
I knew you'd do that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I round up, because they won't come back. Oh my gosh. No, I was trying to text Chuck, but I can't type his wrong name to close that. And I know, for a while, I was like, what is it?
was asking, I don't pay attention because I'm always at work.
I didn't even check on Jason. Folks, can we get into our seats, please? I'm ready to get started. All right, next on our agenda is call to the audience. The first person up is Donna Gargan. Folks, we're starting. Donna Gargett is up first for call to the audience. I did see her here earlier. Okay. Okay, thank you. Next up is Peter Rowich. Mid-drink, sorry. Okay, Mr. Rowich, whenever you're ready.
I hope you have started to read the school improvement plans. I've reviewed 9 schools so far, and they were from the list of the 10 schools that used seclusion rooms last year. The good news is that all of the schools had upstream goals. That is, their plans included positive behavior strategies that their staff could use to prevent major disruptions or safety issues in the classroom. Alderman Elementary is a good example. I counted at least 8 goals related to student behavior and social emotional supports. Part of their plan includes having calm down areas in all classes and having all staff and students use common language to discuss feelings, behaviors, expectations, and redirections. Best of all, the target date to reach these goals is the end of this school year. Do you have any doubt that they will achieve their goals? It's interesting to note that none of the 9 schools I checked mentioned seclusion rooms in their school improvement plans. Policy 4302R allows for the use of physical restraint, which may be needed when a student's behavior poses a threat of imminent physical harm to themselves or others. But what we don't need is to lock our children in padded closets. I urge the other board members to follow the leadership of Ms. Justice, Ms. Walker, and Mr. Wildeboer. Vote to end seclusion rooms by the start of the 2023-24 school year and use this year to train the staff in positive behavior alternatives.
Thank you, Mr. Rowich. Barbara Barrett.
Prior to casting any type of vote, be intentionally informed. All of us will pay for mistakes of unqualified or unethical officials. Today's investigation into facilities is important, not necessarily critical. The well-being and safety of people is critical and a higher priority than basketballs. We must remain intentionally informed by ongoing investigations of child sex crimes dating back to the 1990s. 3 decades later, we are still advocating for facilities and victims. The schools where I taught have long been the focus of inequity. Data and reports suggest it has worsened, thus igniting emotional responses. In 1994, I encountered a school board candidate going up the stairwell of Snipes, which had a gym but no elevator. The library was on the second floor, inaccessible to students with special needs who could not come to me. I was going down the stairwell to them while balancing a computer monitor and several books. Based on the candidate's support of the school bond issue, I made an emotional decision to consider him, but discovered that he lacked the skill set to hold office. 5 years later, there still was no elevator. You and newly elected members must be capable and accountable to handle continuing and future problems without delay. Intentionally informed without delay.
Mahalani Cooper.
Good evening. My name is pronounced Malani. Malani.
Thank you.
This poem that I will recite tonight is entitled, "The past of yesterday is alive and well. The practices of seclusion are the new Jim Crow, can't you tell? Watch how the education system pulls strings in blackface. New decade, same history, still a disgrace. First, we could not attend their schools, and now that we do, 66% of the 18% of black children are thrown in seclusion rooms. The numbers don't lie, some of the board do. Is there no other option besides seclusion rooms? No need to dress in costumes for this Halloween. You can't hide from the monsters we've already seen. Ghosts and goblins, this is the season for witches brew. Children rather sleep in haunted houses than be locked in seclusion rooms. No child should be locked up like a monster in a cage. The entire city of Wilmington should be outraged." I have a couple of quotes. This first one, it's almost like the slogan, "Where you see something, say something." Dr. Charles Faust, WHQR, published 9/10/20. That's why I'm here tonight. This next quote, "I'm for truth no matter who tells it. I'm for justice no matter who it is for or against. I'm a human being, first and foremost, and as much and as such, I'm for whoever and whatever benefits humanity as a whole, Malcolm X. End the policy and stop locking up our children in seclusion rooms." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Melissa Mason.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Melissa Mason, and I started doing all of this about 11 months ago. And what's been really cool is I've been so inspired and humbled by the hundreds of parents, community members who show up to fight for our kids every single month. So thank you. I'm proud to have taken the lead on exposing the gender support plan that was shared in October 2020. It hides crucial mental health information about students from their parents. I'm proud to have informed parents and community members about the obscene literature in our school libraries. And I've endured a lot of attacks on my character, but that's fine. I'm not a politician, I'm a mom, and I didn't come here to make friends. I came here to help our kids. Our country is divided right now, but I believe this community and our parents are united. We're united in wanting a school board that serves this community, not administrators here or in Raleigh. We want a school board that works to involve parents, not to cut them out of the process. School boards are elected because local control of schools is our right, and our voice should be reflected in school policy. This community is united across party lines, across the against the use of seclusion rooms. This community wants to be able to remove failing administrators. Parents don't want schools to violate their children's boundaries. Parents don't want schools to teach kids to judge people by the color of their skin. Parents don't want schools to hide information about their kids from them or try to parent their kids for them. And parents don't want schools to achieve the same outcome for every student by lowering the standards for all students. We want common sense. We're united in that, and together we'll take our schools back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Natasha, two. Natasha, two. Okay. Marissa Horrell. Did I get that right? Horrell, sorry.
Good evening, New Hanover County School Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak on the topic of seclusion rooms. My name is Marissa Horrell. I'm in 8th grade. I've spent my entire school career in this county. When I learned about seclusion rooms, I was shocked. It's upsetting to think this is something that happens in America, in my county, in 2022. I can only assume you don't want to intentionally damage children that are in your care. I can't imagine you want to hurt kids on purpose. As a student in this school district, I need to believe that you have my best interests in mind. So I ask you to remember behavior is a form of communication, especially for the younger kids. Challenging behavior should make adults ask, what is this child trying to communicate? A struggling child isn't a monster to be locked away. They're a child that needs your help and understanding. Studies show that seclusion rooms can lead to lifelong trauma. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the whole point of school to raise successful adults? Well, traumatizing young children does not produce successful adults. It's time to adopt a 21st century approach. There are better ways to support children to help them when they struggle. No child should be harmed at school. If you think what you're doing is best for the kids, yet you allow children in this community to be secluded, locked away like a prisoner, while in the care of their school, you need to rethink this decision to be on this board. This practice is misguided and outdated, and it's not what's best for any child.
Alicia Ogundelli.
Good evening. Love Our Children supports the inner seclusion rooms, period. We are not advocating for the end of restraints. Some board members keep lumping those two things together. As far as seclusion rooms, also called solitary confinement, are not in keeping with the dignity of a human person. They tell students that they are bad people and need to be punished. This type of punishment destroys any attempt that has been made to develop a healthy relationship with the child and does not address the direct causes for the behavior. Instead, it amplifies more trauma, causing more negative behavior. Seclusion rooms do not teach children more socially desired behaviors. Clearly, children that escalate need teaching on what they can do to control their own behaviors. Seclusion rooms are not educative at all. At best, students who is placed in the seclusion rooms might learn what not to do, but they do not provide support designed to teach the student what to do. It's cruel and unusual punishment psychologically to place a child in isolation. It can be traumatizing to the child and detrimental to their mental growth. It may cause long-term effects such as anxiety and depression. Finally, seclusion rooms are in violation of the student's right of autonomy and dignity as a human being and places them in a hostile environment. Every child needs to feel safe and be safe in school in order to thrive. I have yet to hear any child say being thrown in a seclusion room was a positive turning point in their life. Perhaps some of you on the board need to be placed in the seclusion room for being gatekeepers of policies that have proven to be ineffective and psychologically damaging to our children. Where's the humanity in locking a child in a padded closet? Shame on you. Vote to end school seclusion rooms. Like I said,
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Sheridan. Michael Sheridan.
I am speaking to the board for the first time. I'm here to urge you to end the use of seclusion in New Hanover County schools and adopt more humane and effective approaches. I am speaking from professional experience working with children in a variety of settings. What I have learned is the use of seclusion to address disruptive behavior often backfires, often exacerbating problems that it was supposed to eliminate. Why would this be so? Well, research on seclusion shows that children can suffer severe psychological harm, including significant trauma and even post-traumatic stress disorder. They're often left with feelings of humiliation, anger, resentment, despair, and depression, as well as distrust of adults in authority, including their teachers. This last impact, distrust of those in authority, is particularly important to understand. At a time in their lives when they need to be developing trusting relationships with their teachers, seclusion breaks this vital bond and sets up a negative feedback loop that benefits no one. Trauma from seclusion leads to feelings of despair and distrust, leads to more disruptive behaviors, leads to more seclusion. The cycle goes round and round, creating a negative environment for all concerned, for the targeted child, for the teacher, and even for the other children witnessing this. There are alternative approaches that address these issues and teach children to engage in self-regulating behaviors before a disruptive event takes place. Julie Varnum has talked with you about two such programs, Lives in the Balance and Trauma-Sensitive Tools Training. You now have 10 months to train teachers and staff on these more effective and humane approaches. I urge you to do that. Vote to end seclusion by the start of the 23-24 school year. Let's make New Hanover County Schools a model for the rest of the state by showcasing our ability to create
Thank you, Ms.
safe,
Sheridan.
productive,
Your
and
time is up.
respectful learning.
Hazel Isles.
Look, I really don't want to be here, but I am here because you need to fix this problem. The little girl standing next to me has asked me to read these words to you. 3 years ago, I was locked in a closet at school. When I was 7, I was locked in a seclusion room because I was afraid to say goodbye to my mommy and daddy. School was hard for me because I would get overwhelmed and anxious. PE would make me anxious and feel overwhelmed because it was loud and there were a lot of kids running around in the loud gym. I would try to avoid going to PE, but teachers would carry me kicking and screaming and make me go. When I was put in the closet, I was scared, mad, and upset. I even hid under a table to protect myself, but they moved the table and forced me into the room. I was screaming and crying. I begged them to let me out, but they would not let me out. Being put in the closet did not help me calm down, and it made me more afraid of school. I told my mom and I switched schools. I was still afraid of school because I did not feel safe. It is hard for me to trust teachers because I think they might hurt me. This year, I am at a new school, and I have a very nice teacher. She helps me feel safe, but I still get afraid. I am not a violent or bad kid. I am now 10 years old, and I am still afraid of school, and I never deserve to be locked in a closet.
Thank you. Sandy Isles.
When a 10-year-old child has the moral courage to share her story about seclusion, but 4 of you have not demonstrated the moral courage to protect her, what will it take to make you care? What will it take to make you do something? You see the pain in the eyes of families and children, yet you do nothing. You've seen the data, yet you do nothing. You have numerous solutions, yet you do nothing. You know it causes harm and trauma, yet you do nothing. Every month for 22 months, you find a new excuse on why you will continue to do nothing. You have been telling us that we have to wait for the school improvement plans. Now you have those plans, yet there's no mention of seclusion on the agenda. Let me guess, once again, you plan to do nothing. Mr. Rogers once said, anyone who does anything to help a child in his life is a hero to me. I have to agree, heroes always help children.
they'd do something, anything. But 4 of you continue to do nothing. The 10-year-old child who shared her voice tonight is my hero. She did something. She is a hero for all children. Daily, she shows bravery and strength beyond what should ever be asked of her, as does every child who faces their trauma and fear by going to school each day, all while 4 of you sit at the dais and do nothing. Ms. Walker, Mr. Wildebohr, Ms. Justice, thank you for caring about our children and for trying to do something to protect them. I think it's about time the other 4 join you and do something. It's time to end seclusion. Thank you. Ms. Crable, our kids at J.C. Rowe do not need to be fixed. That's horrifying. I can't believe you said that.
Robert Bellamy.
My name is Robert Bellamy. I'm here in support of Love Our Children. Every time I come here, I write my thoughts only hours or minutes before I speak, because I really don't know what to say. I just know how I feel and how I feel at that time. Even at my age, that's still the kid in me. That was great, the kid speaking just a little while ago. Today, that's even the kid in me. Today, I want to feel like a kid that has been in seclusion and who has been restrained. So I want to tell everyone what you're doing to me and how wrong this is, and let you hear why you should stop this cruel practice on kids like me, because this is how I feel. I hate my teachers. I hate you. I hate the world. I hate that no one understands me. I hate my mom. I hate my dad for allowing you to do this to me. I hate the other kids that laugh at me and tease me. None of this makes me any better. This makes me meaner, makes me bad, because I hate everything. I hate this day. I hate that I was treated worse than what I may have done. I am not a criminal. I hate the school. I even hate the school bus. I know that I was wrong. I am not stupid. I just need to know that I am still loved. You know, when a dog poops, you still love him. When you restrain and lock me up, I don't feel loved. I feel you hate me. So I feel that's what you think of me. So I hate you too. And I hate more. I hate you more.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Lynn Fulton.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Lynn Williams Fulton. I've been in the education business for about 38 years. 28 were spent right here in New Hanover County as a special education teacher, an observer evaluator, an assistant principal, and a principal. In my 29th year, I got hired by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction to become a school transformation coach and work in low-performing schools across this district. I've worked with numerous superintendents, principals, teachers, and students. And so I tell you all that not because I want you to guess my age, believe me. I tell you that to give you context for my following observations. In my time and in my experiences, I've come to believe there are some basic fundamental elements to quality schools and quality organizations. And it all boils down to the people. And when you look at the people, you say, okay, they've got lots of people that add value to this organization. They do positive things in this organization. They show common courtesy for one another, even in discord, even in disagreement, even when they don't agree with outcomes or situations. They don't lose sight of common courtesy because they're all working for the same purpose, to improve the education of children. And to say that in 38 years I've been more appalled than I was recently when certain comments on social media came to my attention, I can't tell you how appalled I was. I've been in some of the most low-performing, dysfunctional districts you have ever seen and have never, ever read or heard some of the comments that I recently did. And I was offended not only for Chase Fulton, but for the Fulton family, because that's my name too.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. Dr. Fulton. Alana Davis.
Good evening. My name is Alana Davis, and I reside, pay taxes, and vote here in New Hanover County. I'm here to ask the board to take this year to train the staff in the 10 schools that put kids in locked padded closets last year in positive alternatives, such as Live in the Balance program, and end all seclusions by the beginning of the 2023-24 school year. I am moved by my faith to pursue justice. As the sun sets, the Jewish high holiday of Yom Kippur begins, and the Yomim Noraim, or the days of awe, come to an end. These are the holiest days of the year, where our community is called to reflect on and repair our mistakes. The Jewish practice of repentance is known as teshuvah, or return. Our tradition teaches us that teshuvah is not an easy process. It demands that we ask for forgiveness from those that we have harmed, and most importantly, we change ourselves to ensure that these mistakes never happen again. We are taught that the sign of true teshuvah is when one finds themselves with the opportunity to commit the same mistake again and make a different choice. We are now at a moment where we can continue to make the same mistakes of the past. We can continue cruel and ineffective practices of seclusion rooms, or we can choose new paths rooted in safety and care for everyone. The school district has 10 months to train the teachers and staff at the 10 schools that secluded children last year on using alternative strategies. We acknowledge that a child who is trying to harm themselves or other people may need, for safety reasons, to be restrained, but children should not be locked in padded closets. They should be treated with dignity and respect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Loretta Stackhouse.
Good evening. Policy 4300 states that student behavior policies will ensure the equitable treatment of all students. The school board's data shows that is not happening with application of policy 4302R. Have you read your policy manual lately? Seclusion rooms were used 282 times in 10 schools between August and March of the last school year. 71 children were placed in seclusion. 66% were black. 47 of the 71 children were black. Reason enough to end seclusion rooms. Policy 4300 includes the principles that will apply in managing student behavior. 1, positive behavioral interventions will be employed as appropriate to improve student behavior. 2, strategies and consequences will be age and developmentally appropriate. When has locking a child in a padded closet improved a child's behavior? When has locking a child in a padded closet ever been age and developmentally appropriate? Some of you are concerned about the recent school improvement plans. Maybe you should be concerned about creating a policy manual improvement plan. Have you read your policy manual lately? Policy 4302R needs improvement. Vote to end seclusion by the start of the 2023-24 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stackhouse. Carol Sebian.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight. I'm a retired school social worker, and I do urge you to please end this policy. Meanwhile, I did want to talk a little bit, and I'm not going to repeat what's been said, but I wanted to encourage you to strengthen the social emotional supports and positive behavioral programs that you have in place. And kudos, oh my goodness, kudos to J.C. Rowe and Dr. Varnum and the programs that are working. And I just hope that social emotional programs can be strengthened throughout the district.
Thank you, Ms. Betsy. Barbara Garrow.
Good evening. I am truly disappointed that you've not put on the agenda ending the use of seclusion rooms. I urge you to vote on a policy that uses this school year to further train teachers in alternative methods and end the use of seclusion rooms this school year or sooner. Other school districts, Pender County, for example, have found successful ways of providing safe spaces other than padded rooms. It is horrifying that these rooms are being used in New Hanover County. You've made a strategic error by not putting this issue already on the agenda and by not voting on a policy that ends the use of seclusion rooms by the end of this school year. Current board members who seem to support their use and are running for re-election most likely will not be elected to continue to serve on this board after December. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy O'Keefe.
Good evening. See this? You know what harm seclusion rooms do to our young children. You have alternative programs. They're working. 9 out of 10 schools, one apparently isn't online yet, have these excellent support programs for these children. Did you listen to Hazel? Did you listen to, oh God, I'm old, George, Bill? I can't think of your name, I apologize. Did you listen to firsthand experience of harm? This shouldn't be a monthly debate. This should be voted now. End seclusion rooms. They do nothing positive. You know the negativity. And if you hadn't heard it firsthand before, we heard it tonight. 10 years old, and she had the courage to come and tell you just what that did to her. Do you really want it to continue? Vote it down now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Keefe. Chase Fulton.
Hi, as you heard, my name is Chase Fulton, and I am the person that sits back in that room and live streams all these meetings every week. Recently, last month, board member Judy Justice took it upon herself to go on social media and publicly accuse me of conspiring and trying to censor these board meetings. She has taken it upon herself to personally slander and defame my name. She says that the communications department, and more specifically me, are trying to conceal, quote, the truth, end quote, about what really happened during that meeting. If you want a full breakdown of what happened, you can read the Port City Daily article. I am not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the completely baseless and unfounded accusations Ms. Justice made about me on her public campaign page. Ms. Justice, the only truth is that your comments are fictitious and libelous. Firstly, you accuse me of editing a live stream. Ms. Justice, you cannot edit a live stream. That is the point of it being live. You said yourself you worked in television. You, of all people, would know this. Secondly, you repeatedly accuse me of censoring the stream. Ms. Justice, it is not my job to censor anything. I set up the meeting, I stream the meeting, and I end the stream when it is adjourned. That is it. To think I would risk my job, my name, and my reputation to supposedly protect another board member or the image of the district is absolutely ridiculous. Furthermore, for someone to question my integrity the way you have without any actual evidence of misconduct or any knowledge of who you are even accusing is appalling, and I would expect more from a member of our Board of Education. Ms. Justice, I want you to know you are not a victim. I am a victim of your lies, a victim of your slander, and a victim of your bullying. I will continue to do my job diligently as I have always done.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next up, John Rutter.
So a month ago, I talked to you guys about transportation issues. Finally, 5 days ago, you created a solution, but is it really a solution? Your policies are trash, your administration's trash, your leadership is trash. It's that simple. Your solution is to double up kids, middle school and high school kids on a bus together. What could possibly go wrong there? You've got the risk of bullying, abuse, and like I said in my email that maybe some of you read, God forbid sexual abuse. But you guys are good at covering that stuff up. This is absolutely obscene. Parents are still not being given information from your school administrators. And what are you doing about it? Nothing. Kids are not getting home until late in the evening, and what are you doing about it? Nothing. The excuses we get are, we've got a driver shortage. Have you done anything to incentivize hiring more drivers? Did you ask for more funding? No. Your decision was to just double up on the drivers that you do have. That's absolutely ridiculous. You're overworking them, you're underpaying them, and you're putting our kids at risk. I've spent the last month talking to parents from across the district. Your transportation department, in an effort to fix this, moved at least one bus stop closer to a registered sex offender. It's on a website. Check it out. I've seen better planning from PV1s with 1 day in the damn Army than I have from your administration. This is absolutely ridiculous. You sit up there and half of you have this smug-ass look on your face. You want us to maintain your rules of decorum, but you guys don't even maintain them. You're rude, you're disrespectful, and I've spent in the last month listening to more parents than most of you have. This needs to stop.
Mr. Rutter, your time is up. Tiffany Fullwood. Tiffany Fullwood. Okay, Leslie Posey. Oh, you're coming? I'm sorry.
Good evening. I am Tiffany Fullwood, Chair of the Social, Emotional Health and Learning Committee of the New Hanover County Special Education PTA. Our committee drafted the following statement, which was adopted unanimously by the SEPTA Board of Directors on September 21st, 2022. New Hanover County Special Education Parent-Teacher Association believes that schools must do everything possible to ensure all children can develop, learn, and participate in instructional programs that promote high levels of academic achievement and social-emotional development. To accomplish this, schools must make every effort to structure safe environments and provide a behavioral framework incorporating the use of behavior intervention strategies based in neuroscience, social emotional learning, compassion, and respect that apply to all children, all staff, and all places in the school. As such, New Hanover County SEPTA supports prohibiting and preventing seclusion, mechanical restraint, chemical restraint, and dangerous restraints that restrict breathing. And New Hanover County SEPTA supports reducing and preventing the need for the use of physical restraint in schools. Every effort should be made to prevent the need for the use of physical restraint, and any behavior intervention must be consistent with every child's basic human rights to be treated with dignity and to be free from abuse. Physical restraint should never be used except in situations where a child's behavior poses imminent danger of serious physical harm to self or others. Immediately following the first use of physical restraint, the school team must develop a plan that appropriately meets the student's needs, applies appropriate interventions, and thereby eliminates the further use of physical restraint. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Posey.
Good evening. I would like to clear up what I perceived as some misunderstanding at last month's town hall meeting. Christina Mercier spoke about the fact that there are certain expectations being communicated between central office administration and the schools. After she spoke, several board members responded with stories about how often they visit the schools and how welcome they feel. That was not the point, and I would like to clarify. In the past year, Mrs. Mercier and I have heard from teachers at a number of schools that after the monthly administrators meeting, their principals told them in faculty meetings that teachers and staff are not allowed to attend or speak at the Board of Education meetings without approval from their principal. Many were told there would be repercussions from a sometimes unnamed level. Teachers are being directly threatened if they speak about local educational concerns in public. This is coming from senior administration via their principals verbally, so there is no paper trail. I urge you to consider if an atmosphere of retaliation, not to mention removal of First Amendment rights, is how our schools should be run.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. Denise Giannone.
Good evening. I am Denise Giannone, President of the New Hanover County Special Education PTA, the only SEPTA in North Carolina. I want to thank you on behalf of our SEPTA and especially our Student Advisory Committee for passing student voice into policy. This is a wonderful achievement. Our Student Advisory Committee is currently made up of 6 remarkable New Hanover County School students in grades 5, 6, 7, and 8. Some of the advisory committee members attended the Student Voice Roundtable in June. The experience affected them profoundly. All the students have been focusing on student voice for months. If we stop and think for a moment, student voice is the opposite of seclusion and restraint. Student voice respects our students and honors their humanity. Student voice creates a space for respectful collaboration and problem solving. Student voice cherishes the human rights and mental health of our students. Seclusion and restraint destroy our students. The statement I'm about to read was drafted by the New Hanover County SEPTA Student Advisory Committee and adopted unanimously by our Board of Directors. This is drafted by the students. New Hanover County SEPTA supports New Hanover County student voice and believes in New Hanover County school students. If students are not able to share what the problems are, then most problems will never be solved. Students can come up with their own solutions to solve their problems with the support of adult allies. It is important for students to have a voice in school district policies because everything that happens in schools affects students the most. New Hanover County SEPTA supports the New Hanover County School Student Voice Policy as it was developed by our students through feedback with New Hanover County School Board Committee and as it reflects the original needs and intentions of the students. Thank you again for passing that policy.
Christina Mercier.
Good evening.
Each month as I sit here or watch online, it is my hope that I will see and hear evidence that you are knowledgeable about not just some schools, students, and employees, but all of them. Within the past few months, I've heard the International School at Gregory referred to as Gregory School of Science, Math, and Technology. I've heard a board member be surprised at how overcrowded the high schools are, and I've heard Mary Mosley compared to J.C. Rowe, when in reality, the suspension program left Mosley in 2016. I have said this before and I will say it again. In order to effectively represent all of New Hanover County schools, you must be in the schools. You must visit them and interact. Seeing statistics on spreadsheets and making decisions based only on that is an injustice to those you serve. Behind each number is a human. What does an overcrowded high school look like? Maybe you should go at class change or lunchtime and see how the staff and students make it work. Does paperwork say an average class size at a school is 24? That sounds wonderful until you realize that the number comes from all certified people in the building, whether they have classes or not. I know many of my middle school language arts classes had 35 or more students in them. I never had a class that was close to 24. What schools don't have nurses or a library? The only way you know this is to visit all schools regularly. And while you're there, it is imperative you speak with the teachers and staff. Many employees are still reluctant to attend board meetings in person due to pushback from their principals who are getting pushback from their superiors. That means that it may take time to build a relationship with the employees, much in the same way we expect teachers to build relationships with their students. But once you do, these teachers and support staff can provide valuable insight into what the school, students, or staff need most. And if in your mind you're thinking about schools you don't want to visit because you're scared of the location or the student body, maybe you should ask yourself why then you expect others to go there every day and teach and learn. That, however, is a discussion for another day. Represent all schools and all students with fidelity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Boucher. Angie Caney.
The victims of sexual assault and their attorneys have spent the last 2 days in court fighting your attorneys who purposely intend to impede justice. The latest New Hanover County School Attorney, Steve Rawson, paid for by our tax money, asked the court for a stay order pending the outcome of a 3-judge panel in the question of whether or not to dismiss 10 of the 14 victims of Michael Kelly, who we already know by his own admission is guilty. This would potentially delay this case further for another 2 to 4 years, dragging these victims through the courts, something that is ill-advised by a highly qualified forensic psychologist who has submitted testimony that this would have a devastating impact on the victims to continue these delay tactics. It is unconstitutional under judicial economy, which only allows the court to delay action when all other attempts of appeal have been exhausted, which is not the case. Michael Kelly was convicted of 59 felony counts of sexual abuse of students at Laney High School in Isaac Bear on June 25, 2019. There have been more than 50 depositions, over 70,000 pages of legal documents, 60 to 80 witnesses and interviews, one of which we've lost to suicide, and others who are at risk of being lost, decades of abuse, 4.5 years of broken promises, multiple predators, victims, hearings, corrupt accomplices, no accountability. To move forward in these court proceedings, a resolution on the facial challenge is not needed because whether 14 victims are allowed or 4, the facts still remain in this case. Nothing is contingent on this 3-judge panel ruling, and the victims are asked and simply to proceed so they can move on with their lives. To quote the plaintiff's counsel, justice delayed is justice denied. It is past time for this school board to cease denying the victims of these heinous crimes justice. Some who protect pedophiles over children are still employed by this district. Stop obstructing justice and give these survivors the closure they deserve. And if this board doesn't care enough to make those choices in closed session, then perhaps the voices of the community behind me can join mine.
Thank you, Ms. Caney. Emily Pridgeon. Emily Pridgeon.
Good evening. My name is Emily Pridgeon. I'm the Career Development Coordinator at Ashley High School. I sent an email to this board on September 16th about what is happening with our health science programs and specifically our nursing fundamentals teachers. I appreciate Mr. McManus and Ms. Justice responding and adding it to your agenda tonight. Our county is losing our health science teachers, specifically our RN nursing fundamentals teachers, because they have been mandated to train students at Novant Health instead of their community long-term care facilities recommended by NCDPI. These programs are some of the most successful in our county, and nothing was broken with them. Over summer, you lost an RN at Hoggard who was replaced by a non-RN teacher. At the beginning of the year, the Laney teacher resigned and has not been replaced, and there is no interest in her position. Then on September 14th, Ms. Gambino at Ashley High School retired, resigned after being told she'd be written up for insubordination and on an action plan towards termination for not attending training at Novant. We have one applicant, and she is not qualified to teach nursing fundamentals. I just returned from a conference where I heard over and over again how irreplaceable our teachers are, especially in CTE right now. So why are these teachers being pushed out? The rest of the teachers will leave if this mandate or policy remains in place. You will lose your health science programs. I already cannot promise students a program next semester. I'm asking this board to value our teachers as the educational experts. These plans and trainings have been developed without the consultation of the teachers, including the frequently asked questions that was provided to you this evening. Teachers asked for a nurse refresher course and more in-depth training than 6 hours of on-site training. Your own insurance specialist recommended against this training at Novant Health. The one meeting teachers were given with senior leadership, they were basically told, this is what you will do. Partnering with Novant Health can be accomplished
Ms. Pridgen, your time is up.
in
Thank
so
you.
many other ways. Thank you.
Buck O'Shields. Buck O'Shields.
I'm Buck O'Shields. I'm a lifelong resident of New Hanover County. I've been involved with New Hanover County Schools for 70 years. I was a county commissioner from 1974 through 86, so I helped finance a lot of the things that got done in New Hanover County. I'm here today with an intense interest in the Title IX recommendations that have been presented to you, and I would like to request that a written copy of that and what the specific recommendations are for the high schools, especially Hoggard, that's the one I'm primarily concerned about, be provided to me. I'm aware of how Title IX works. My wife and I, from March of '89 through '95, battled the North Carolina High School Athletic Association to get fast pitch softball in North Carolina. It took 6 years to do that, but the United States Department of Agriculture Education Office of Civil Rights was a great assist. I've prepared notebooks that I presented to the chairman. I think she's passed them out in regard to the facilities at Hoggard that were anticipated being built in 1999. I know that's 23 years, but you're inheriting some of the things that didn't get done, that should have been done, but weren't done. So I'm going to ask you to review those documents. You will not understand them. You can read them, but there's only 3 people in the position to know about what I have presented to you. Mr. Eddie Anderson, Mr. Ronald Sparks, and myself. So what I'm asking is that you prepare a committee of somebody that we can sit down and talk about these things before you take any actions on design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Shields. April Farr.
Hello, I'm April Farr. I'm one of the officers of the New Hanover County Democratic Party. I'm speaking today to urge you to revise the 22-23 school calendar back to what the calendar committee wanted before the process was interfered with by the superintendent. The superintendent's revised calendar causes many issues which are a detriment to our students. They need the first semester to end in December, which doesn't require significant adjustments. 20% of our traditional high school students take AP courses in the second semester. Ending the semester in December adds 13 instructional days for those taking AP courses. For obvious reasons relating to exam performance and mental health, EOC exams should not be after the holiday break. Overlapping CFCC classes in January, along with the exams at the end of semester, causes undue stress that inevitably interferes with exam performance. They can't be in two places at once. This is one of many examples of the superintendent's decisions and interferences resulting in bad implications for our students, in this case by disregarding the overwhelming recommendations of the calendar committee made up of principals, students, teachers, and staff. And given the last 2 days of court, I want to thank Judy Justice for being the only one of the original 7 board members to support investigations into child sexual abuse in New Hanover County schools. If we had heeded, we wouldn't be in court now. Thank you for upsetting people with the truth and taking abuse for it. We see you and we support you.
Thank you. Margaret Gambino.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Gambino. I am one of the 3 registered nurses that has recently resigned. I have been training nurse aides for 20 years at Ashley High School, and prior to that I trained nurse aides at Cape Fear Community College. In addition, I've also served as the New Hanover County Nurse Aid Program Coordinator for the last 20 years. During my tenure at Ashley, I launched the Nurse Aid Program in 2003, and I have successfully run that program for 20 years. I'm here tonight to bring your attention to concerns I have regarding the Novant Health MOU for Health Science. As an expert in the field of nurse aid education, I am concerned why I was not consulted regarding this decision. Do any of you know what it is like to bring a teenager into a clinical setting? There is no long-term care unit at Novant Health. Any beds that the hospital may deem long-term care is a nursing home resident in need of acute medical care. When we questioned our license and liability, we were literally told, we all have a license to lose. That was by a CTE administrator. How many more nurses are going to leave this county because of this new policy? I'm the 3rd. More are going to follow me. I can promise you that. We still have not received any information or update on liability insurance as promised.
Thank you, Ms. Gambino.
Yes, ma'am.
Doreen from the audience.
Madam Chair, I just would like to yield back my time to Donna Gargett.
Yeah, she's going to get to go at the end. We're going to add her back in.
Okay, all right.
Yep. But thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'll just like to say that I was going to say something else tonight, but I'm not, based on what's going on here tonight. And I think that you guys should spend more time working together to get things done, especially the ones that are up for re-election. There's a lot of upset people here, and a lot of the problems that are being presented tonight can be solved within about 20, 30 minutes of just talking to each other. I mean, if you guys can't problem solve in 20 or 30 minutes, but student voices can, then there's a bigger problem. I wish that you guys could just learn how to talk to each other, communicate effectively, use the people. I mean, Mr. McManus, you said that education is a business. And if this was a business, I would be afraid to invest in it. I would. I mean, transportation's an issue, food at J.C. Rowe's an issue, seclusion and restraint's an issue, academic achievement's an issue, 4 high schools are in trouble, and people are just not happy. And I don't think necessarily they're not happy with the schools, they're just not happy how you guys are dysfunctional. You know, it's very toxic. Staff is leaving, and they're not leaving like, you know, they're leaving. People want to be here, but they're not feeling wanted. So I just urge you guys to work together, because education is elevation, and every child needs that. That's the product we're trying to turn out, an educated child. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canardi. Our last speaker tonight is Chris Sutton.
First, I'd like to say Ms. Gambino and Ms. Pridgeon are prime examples of why call to audience should have went before discussions like the Novant MOU. Imagine how different y'all's discussion would have been tonight if you got to hear from those ladies before y'all had that discussion with Novant. Secondly, Judy, I appreciate you trying to tackle the issue that occurred. A dangerous precedent did get a set at this last meeting. We had someone reprimand a teacher while she sat in the audience. You even called her out by name. The problem is, when you knew you didn't have the votes, you should have swiveled. You should have turned this into a policy violation discussion, because instead you forced every other board member here to decide between kicking the chair and doing this instead of focusing on the problem, okay? It's just one of those things. Of course, my phone locked. Bad timing, right? Let's see here. Teacher was reprimanded for the actions without due process. She didn't have the ability to defend herself. If she would have tried to speak up, you would have had her rejected, just like you've had other people rejected, okay? Same thing with the rules of decorum. Simple, basic rules of decorum. When she called for a point of order, you should have yielded the floor. You yielded it to Nelson Bollier tonight, so obviously you understand it. You did that. You didn't do it for him. You've got to be equal, no bias. This is why you should have been removed as chair. And speaking of you, Mr. Bollier, last town hall, you stated, I brought up the fact that you were contacted by Lynn Schumacher about the investigation, the sexual assault cover-up, right? I brought it up and said you did not go to law enforcement. When did you go to them? A month? Days? Weeks? The thing is, you didn't do your job. You went to who? The superintendent? The deputy superintendent? The people implicated in the sexual assault cover-up. That's who you went to. And you wonder why we keep laying this at your feet. I'm sick and tired of having these conversations with you. You yet again didn't stick up for her for the point of order. You yet again didn't even go on the record today stating that what she did is wrong. You could have voted no to removing the chair and still stuck up for the teachers. Have a good day.
Your time is up. Okay, that concludes call to... Oh, I'm sorry, Donna, sorry. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you. October is Dyslexia and ADHD Awareness Month. Did you know these learning differences make up 80% of our exceptional children population? This is the same population often underserved but corrected for behavioral issues. This is the same marginalized population that is being secluded. This is the same population where IEPs are violated. This is the same group of learners that need specialized tools so they can succeed. When will the board take a hard look at the data and vote to end seclusion and restraint? Putting a child with attention issues in a padded room is not the solution. The lack of urgency and best practices are so concerning as a parent and a community member. I have asked before, and I'll ask again, that you approve teachers to take the specialized training such as Orton Gillingham during their workday. My nonprofit is paying for these trainings, but many teachers that are willing to take the 30-hour training can't fit it in their schedule. Without these teachers taking that training, we're furthering the gap. Dyslexia can be remediated, and I'm requesting the further partnership to put the solution in place. I want to empower this board to make these decisions. You can decide tonight to further the education of our teachers and to end seclusion and restraint. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, that does end our call to the audience. Thank you all for coming and voicing your concerns. Next up is closed session. And we will enter, I need a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to the statutes that cover personnel matters and confidentiality around family education rights. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are in closed session.
please. A little chilly. I'm hungry though, man. I'm about to starve to death.
You guys.